Okay, so hey everyone, welcome to another stream. So in today's stream, we will be digging out trenches for my future perimeter. I was also streaming yesterday, the same exact game, of course. So today we're gonna change some things. Yesterday we were draining the sectors that were full of water. And last night I have finished draining all of it. I'm going to show you guys in case you don't believe me. And did some work on trenching. It seems like it's in full screen. Alright. And hello Mark the G. Welcome my friend. Of course, we are in the same place where we left off. We have all the sponges prepared, all the sand at our disposal, and let's just get to work, I guess. But first and foremost, in order to not catch any funny business, we will have to turn on our mob switch. It's this portal right over here. So let's fly up to it. Let's activate hitboxes. There we go. Now we have peaceful mode in the overworld. All the sponges are ready. We have our shulker box of sand, partially filled, or at the very least 50% filled. You get the idea. Mega hack in Minecraft. Oh man, that's such a silly concept. I mean, there are some people who would make that kind of stuff and post it online. I've seen things like that posted, but all of them are just viruses. And well, here's the thing. See these long rectangles that I call sectors? I have drained all of them last night. As you can see, no more water. Where it's visible, whoops, I missed that. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, there. It seems like we have officially... Never mind. I guess we also have to drain what's left here. Okay. Just save on sponges. As you can see, all of the sectors are filled. I hope there's not gonna be any fishy business anymore. And here's something I have been working on last night. So over here, you see that long trench? It's at Y25 when standing on it. So I thought in today's stream we're going to like trench it out to deep slate layer. You know, we're gonna have some work to do. But we also have to make sure that we also farm the favorite block along the way. There we go. This will be our filter for farming stone. Oops, Bitdefender. Okay, well, thanks for letting me know that, Windows Security. That's going to change in like 15 seconds. Let's see if anything's happening in the chat. Seems peaceful. Alright. Let's see if this is going to change in like 15 seconds. Where Bitdefender is giving itself an update. And when it gives itself an update, then Windows security goes back. Goes back on to what it used to be. Well, I mean for now, I guess. Maybe it's because they started the stream a bit later. I'm not sure. We'll see, maybe things will change along the way. And hello, the real Platty. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, Bitdefender. Now, things are back. Let's go. So the west side is nearly trenched out to deep slate layer. Of course, if we trench out all sides to Y0 this stream, then we will only have 8 hours left of trenching to do, because everything at deep slate layer and lower takes twice as long. Because unfortunately, even if you have the best pickaxe money can buy, and with a haste 2 effect, deep slate is unfortunately not insta-mineable. Although I feel like maybe that's for a good reason. If deep slate was insta-mineable with a pickaxe, it might be a bit controversial, no, because deep slate is supposed to be this block that's supposed to be hard to break, and having it be insta-mineable, it's gonna cause some controversy around the community. I don't know. It's a little bit annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Maybe we should trench things out like this. Oops, geode. Let's see how much stone we have mined. We're looking good. We're gonna be doing lots of repairing this stream. Looks like we're close to the other side. Like that. Let's keep trenching it out like this. Wait, let's bump up the music a little bit so we can listen to something while we're trenching. Deep slate should in fact not be insta-mineable. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a reasonable trade-off. You know, deep slate only spawns like halfway through the bottom of the world. No, at Y7, I think that's where it starts, and down to the bottom of the world. So having it not be insta-mineable is reasonable. J Trench. Hello, Dunix. Welcome, my friend. How's your day going, mate? Yesterday, I've had a blast with my friends when we were playing Counter-Strike. Like, yesterday was the best day of my life when playing Counter-Strike with my friends. It might not be the most earth-shattering thing in the world, but when I changed my crosshair a few days ago, and I've tested it like in real game, like with my friends, things have changed drastically. Like, my crosshair is literally just a green square. I thought that it would be a bit silly playing with that, but, well, improvement has showed. What's the reason for those perimeters you like doing like usual? Well, I like to have extremely fast farms. I could also, like, you know, skip the perimeter and make the farm in the sky, but given how pitiful the rates are gonna be, I thought I might as well make a perimeter to get such an advantage. And oops, one more stone. Oh, thank you. So we actually have something to do along the way, like for farming stone. We can then put that stone into our super smelter, like this convenient floating piece of land. We put it in this minecart with chest. This will be our fuel. Here I place lava and we get smooth stone, which is a block I always wanted to use for making really anything. So today, whoops, I thought that we could perhaps farm some stone, store it into these chests, and then smelt them into the super smelter. Aloha. Hello, Lava Z. Welcome, my friend. How's your day going, pal? Some pro players have a green dot for their crosshair. Basically what you have, but much smaller. Oh! Well, that explains why I've improved. Oops. Firework. So, basically, this is my crosshair in CS, but lighter and, you know, smaller because it's in, like, Counter-Strike, of course. From what I've seen, the improvement was massive. So I also thought of maybe changing the crosshair to be like a little bit smaller to see if there will be a little bit of an improvement, like usual. Whoops. Now if we go there, we can start trenching. And the best part is, you can see that I'm at Y20. I thought of trenching out to like Y0, because that's where the inferior deep slate starts. So we're gonna be farming stone for now, because it's actually worthwhile for what I've shown. I just got back from walking. Welcome back in that case. Hope you have fun in the stream. Do you have a big monitor, Flynn? Well, not really. I mean, of course I do have a monitor, but like, it's not super big, but it gets the job done. If I had a second monitor, however, I could probably use that second monitor to like read the chat. Like how most streamers do for the sake of convenience. No, maybe I could also use my phone as like a mini replacement. Oops, nearly fell down. But here's the thing. I have disabled YouTube as an app on my phone because every time I open it, I'm likely going to be bombarded with intrusive ads that YouTube seems to be showing nowadays. And I don't want to accidentally tap on them, because it has actually happened to me a couple times. And I don't really have a safe way of accessing YouTube without having an ad jammed in my face. So, reading the chat from my main screen on my monitor is better safe than sorry, you know? Reading the chat and interacting with you guys is really fun. I feel like I promised in the previous stream I'm going to start streaming a lot more consistently. Like back in the days. Like streaming basically whatever brings us joy. Ooh, this is a pretty big cave. Well, we will take care of this at some point later. For now, let's just make the water dissipate and continue trenching. I feel like I'm getting rage baited by this water. Like, this flowing water that keeps showing in my face is up to no good. I mean, we're in dripstone caves, so I mean it. I guess it makes sense. Dripstone caves are filled with water. I sure hope it's not up to any nefarious purposes or anything. We have to get 2 more. And 1 more. There we go. 10 stacks of stone. Now we can put that into our chests so that they can be smelted. I'm asking because I have a big crosshair 2 on my TV. However, when I play from a net cafe, they have smaller screens with higher resolution, so the crosshair becomes significantly smaller. Oh, well that makes sense. I see what you're talking about. Fire. Oh, hello, Pixel. Welcome, my friend. How's your day going, pal? I hope you're gonna enjoy the rest of the stream. This reminds me of when we did big projects on the SMP. Yeah, good old times. Although it's a shame that SMPs don't really get to last as much as some other servers, unfortunately. For example, something like Hypixel 2B2T, like the most notorious Anarchy server, right? Donut SMP is extremely, like, famous, and it's still being played to this day. That's at least from what I've absorbed on the internet from the servers that are alive, Anarchy or not. Let's quickly stand on this pillar and then read the chat. I love mega builds, man. Same. And once you have a perimeter fully dug out, it pays off forever. Making a perimeter is a lot easier than some might think. Ooh! I nearly hurt myself. Okay, no, that's too deep. That's too low. Let's keep going like that. I feel like we will also do lots of repairing, like netherite pickaxe repairing this stream, you know, since I'll be trenching this out with a silk touch pickaxe. Since I want lots of stone, so we can later smelt it in our super smelter. I could show you guys how it works once we trench this thing out all the way to the other side. And it seems like we're halfway there, so we don't have anything super big to worry about. I could also show you guys why I'm making these trenches in the first place when I could just use flying machines to trench out the area for me. It's really not a huge hassle. Digging out these trenches is actually worthwhile, and I'll show you guys like later like why it makes sense in the first place. Let's quickly scroll up and read the chat. Back when I was building that skyscraper on the 4th SMP, or when Pixel and I were building the wall on the 3rd one, the first one really did last because people wanted to play. And maybe the second one as well, and unfortunately that's about it. Those servers are, I feel like, long gone. I feel like maybe they were deleted, because I think that's how Eternals works. Oh, hello Anuban. Welcome, my friend. How's your day going, pal? Let's quickly scroll up. The problem with an SMP is that you can't get good hosting if you don't have the money to waste. Yeah, I agree with that. 2021 to 2022 was more of a passionate year for SMPs. Exactly. Exactly, I can agree with that. At the time, I barely had any knowledge on the game. But now, a few years later, here we are. Does this go forever? Oh no, it does not. So, we're looking good. Let's just make the water dissipate. Let's quickly find our way out of here. Oh, hello, Silvio Herrera 5325. Welcome, my friend. Haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're going to enjoy the rest of the stream as well. Let's keep scrolling up and see in case I've missed out on something. Most of these builds aren't hard to build, they just take time. Yup. It's not really like a huge hassle. You just build whatever you like or whatever suits you. Also, did you guys ever found out about who's the guy that was messing with the server? I feel like I've been thinking about this, and my closest guess was that Indo Corona guy. Like, that person that was just constantly whining about everything. Or someone that was just giving out pointless tasks to everyone on the server. I might be wrong in this guess, of course. That's about as close as... That's about as close of an answer that I can dish out. We are so close to the other side. I need to switch out to a shovel so we can mine these blocks as quickly as possible. Now let's do one of these. Okay, here's a lot of water. That's a lot of water. Let's just do nice one of these so the water can temporarily dissipate. Let's quickly scroll up and see if I missed out on something. Nope. Also, that's the first time someone has brought that up since 2023 or 2022. Yeah, I feel like maybe it's between those years. It's just a very memorable experience for me. 3,600 plus a day world. Oh my lord, bro. Don't lose it like Philza did. I'll make sure I'll take care of this world. This has to be like the silliest seed I've ever gotten. I have only decided to start a new world because my previous hardcore world that was like successful, so foolish at the time to have that run while it was turned on. But now I've learned a lesson. Now I will not be slacking off in front of a deadly machine like that. It's not going to happen again. Something I should have done is to press F3 and P, like that. Because if I pressed F3 and P like I did now, and now I press Alt-Tab, this is what happens. The game pauses itself for me. I remember seeing 9 bajillion zombies in front of my house. Same. My house was also like destroyed on like the last SMP, I think. Maybe it was the 4th or the 3rd SMP where my house was destroyed by some oversized fire charge or like a gassed fireball, and it went up in flames. Although luckily Donix's and Pixel's house wasn't destroyed. The house I made wasn't really anything like impressive. It's just a giant box that I could stuff anything in. For me, survival mode never became boring, but I only play on servers with economy just so I feel like I'm doing stuff all the time, plus have some true competition. Sounds fair. You can play whatever you find fun, of course. Yeah, I mean, ROMs are also like good. Sure, I feel like maybe you have to like, I don't know, I feel like I've heard you have to like pay to run a ROM, unlike a server where it's basically free, like if you're hosting a server on Aternos. Although if you wanted to like run a server, you sometimes have to pay, like on Vice hosting that Shulkercraft is mentioning. You have that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, Corona was just bad for the environment. He never really did anything remarkable on any server we've ever hosted. He was just not a good guy. If y'all are ever gonna start the SMP again, I'll play because I got actual Minecraft now. Well, alright. I mean, you can if you're up for it. Fun fact, I recently went to a net cafe with a friend and accidentally loaded into a decently speedrunnable seed. I made a portal in a lava pool and loaded between both a bastion and a fortress. That's some wicked insane luck. I feel like speedrunners would want to have that sort of seed like every time they start a new world. Especially when you consider how structures generate in the nether, since it's like a lot larger than the overworld. There is some form of radius where structures can't generate, like one structure can't generate next to another. I feel like that's some form of law that Minecraft has to abide by, you know? Like, nowadays you can't have a bastion and a fortress next to each other. They have to be, like, split out, like, 386 by 386 blocks away from each other, I think. So finding a seed like you did is extremely rare. I was actually thinking that by some miracle you got the sky crab seed. Like the most sad moment in existence, like where he lost the world record because he stared at an Enderman for exactly like 5 game ticks, which was enough for an Enderman to like start getting enraged. It's such a shame. If he actually got that world record, then I feel like nobody else would be able to beat that. It's a shame. Like, I've seen a lot of Minecraft YouTubers reacting to it, and everyone was depressed. Like, imagine being in Skycrab's shoes. The amount of pain. I mean, I don't think that even a therapy would be enough to, like, fix that. Something as traumatizing as that will last for, like, an entire life. Knowing that replicating something like that will likely never happen really does add up. And I know some of you might be saying, well, can't you just play the same seed again? I mean, you can, but it's not going to be considered random seed anymore. It's like a set seed speedrun. So there's some rules that you have to abide if you want to, like, speedrun Minecraft and stuff. Whether you beat Minecraft in less than 10 minutes or 7 minutes, that's still impressive. Some people don't even beat the game at all, let alone find the stronghold. Wait, my inventory is full. Let's quickly scroll up and see if I missed something. I'm guessing they never touched mine because it's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I think so. Having a house in, like, a wall, you know, it always looks satisfying. Although, each house suffers the same exact problem as any other house. It only takes one unlucky thunderstrike. I keep forgetting. One unlucky thunderstrike and your house is gone. Now, you might be saying you can just put a lightning rod on the roof of your house, but that's a terrible idea, because you're only attracting the thunderstorms closer to where your house is. You have to place that lightning rod somewhere that's like 32 blocks away from your house. And you have to also make sure that the area is loaded, of course. Because if you unload that lightning rod, there is a chance your house can get blown up or go up in flames. I can send the seed and coordinates. I mean, it's up to you if you're comfortable with that. No need to put pressure on you or anything. It's in 1.16, but it might be good on recent versions too. Okay. There might be some changes, because now Minecraft has introduced the deep slate layer, like 60 blocks lower into the world. Ever since the Caves and Cliffs update, Minecraft has changed a lot of things ever since 1.16, so it's worth keeping in mind. He actually got the record a few days ago. It wasn't as fast, but it was only like 15 seconds slower, so there's hardly any difference. Skycrab, as far as I know, is among the best speedrunners of Minecraft, like, of all time. It's just such a shame that he lost the undefeatable, if that's even a word, a world record that can't be, like, beaten. because he accidentally stared at an Enderman's eyes. If I were in his shoes, yeah, I don't think anything will save me, let alone therapy. This kind of trauma lasts a lifetime. Now, some people might be saying, oh, come on, it's just a game. You don't have to, like, stress out over a game or something. But the thing is, it's Minecraft. There's, like, God knows how many seeds. And getting a seed like that happens only, like, one time. If playing the same seed again wasn't a set seed, then none of this debacle would have happened. But oh well. Okay, I feel like maybe I'll have to drain this entire area like a bit later. Since, I mean, look, there's so much water in here. Trading all of this won't really be a problem, despite appearances. Alright, we are back, I guess. Yeah, the microphone is working. Alright. Let's see what I missed out on. Said seed has been basically perfected, unfortunately, so new records are near impossible to happen. Theoretically, if there was a seed that good again with the perfect perch, we could potentially see a sub 630 run. Exactly. Skycrab does have the potential. He has shown that. Of course. Although, look at it on the bright side, he did defeat the Ender Dragon in less than 6 minutes. That's pretty commendable. You know, things like these don't happen daily, that's for sure. But I do hope that he has recovered from that traumatic event. I mean, it's probably been like, what? A year? Over a year since that has happened. He has probably gotten over it at this point. It's crazy how many good seeds he's getting, but he keeps getting trolled by like the worst possible events that can happen during a speedrun. Okay, there it is. Okay, I was thinking I was gonna get lost. Whoops. Somewhere down there. Back to that fella. What fella? I can't even recall who Corona is. It was just like some bastard that was like bad for the environment. That never really appreciated anything that we dished out. Let me just quickly get into my house, sleep, and then we're gonna read the chat. Of course. Take a nap. Like so. We also gotta cover myself really quick so that we don't look at an Enderman. I think that's overkill. Let's just quickly do it like this. Like so. Let's quickly read the chat. Hello, Weifold. Welcome, my friend. How's your day going, pal? Can you listen to the thing I sent in music while you're talking, okay? Let's quickly open up Discord and see what you have made. So, Discord. And let's see what you have composed. Right, we click here, go to Babylon, and music like that. Okay, so we have these 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 1. So which one should we listen to like first? What's y'all's favorite tree type? Mine is probably spruce. Like spruce tree. Spruce never gets old. Spruce is the building wood. Like the wood for building. Doesn't matter. Okay. Let's listen to this one, 2.mp3. And now I'm going to mute myself so we can actually listen to what my friend has composed without any distractions. Here we go. Alright, so that was 2.mp3. Let's quickly listen to this one, 3.mp3, really quick, and see if there's a difference. Alright, so that was 3.mp3, and so far I prefer 3.mp3 over 2.mp3. This one that we've just listened to does sound a lot like lo-fi. Like the soothing and peaceful type of melody that you'd listen to for after having a long day at work or something like that. This is exactly what it reminds me of. Now let's see what's this one, 4.mp3, and see how this one sounds like. Alright, so that was 4.mp3, and like I mentioned, it sounds very similar to 3.mp3, like given its soothing and peaceful melody. Although I would still prefer 3.mp3 over 4.mp3, of course. But we still have 5 more to listen to. Of course, I can't really decide which beat is my favorite. So let's see what else you have posted. Let's see this one, 5.mp3. Alright, so that was 5.mp3, and yeah, the melody has shifted a lot compared to the previous beat that we've listened to. Now, we also have 6.mp3. Let's see what this one sounds like. Alright, so that was 6.mp3, and given the melody, this one is the most similar to 3.mp3, which is currently my favorite beat from what I've listened. Of course, it does have some level of bass to it, which is, of course, what I like. You know, you can't ever go wrong with some bass. So there's that. Let's see this one, 7.mp3. Alright, so that was 7.mp3, and I feel like this one is, yeah, the shortest beat that you have posted in this channel. I don't really have any criticism with it. Of course, I do like how it sounds. I just prefer the previous beats that you have made. So there's nothing wrong with it, of course. I'll be right back. Alright, so we are back, and I guess those 2 minutes felt rather like 2 seconds. Just for, there was a little bit of like a distraction for a few seconds, so I thought maybe I'd have to like mute my microphone for the time being. So, yeah, I mean, let's continue where we left off. We have this one, 8.mp3. Let's see what this one sounds like. Alright, so that was 8.mp3, and I feel like this one might be along my favorites from what I've listened to. It does remind me of the time when I was listening to funk 3 years ago, like 3 to 4 years ago, if that makes sense. But nowadays, it's such a shame how much funk has it just disappeared. Like all the good songs are just gone. Nowadays it's just slop. You can't really find good funk anymore nowadays. It's a shame seeing it go, but it was fun while it lasted. There are some good songs out there, like there's some good funk music, but nowadays it's rarely ever mentioned. So yeah, there's that. We also have this one, 1.mp3, and let's see how it sounds like. Alright, so that was 1.mp3, and those are all the beats that my friend has sent today, like 16 minutes ago from now, from what I'm seeing. And from my opinion, or at least from what I'm thinking, my personal favorite beats would be in this order: 3, then 8, and then 1, I think. I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, but yeah, lo-fi is something I like to listen to nowadays. Like listening to, hold on, I'm gonna have to show you like which person I'm talking about. I tend to forget what was the song again. Like if I go here, I think his name is Masso Beats, and then there's this song called, yeah, I guessed it. Dude, what are the odds? Like, look at this. Storage for a quarry. Hold on, I gotta show you guys. Hold on, display capture. Yeah, here it is, guys. So, there it is. This is the song I was talking about. Masso Beats, Taro Swirl, royalty-free lo-fi music. I'm gonna show you guys, or at the very least, you guys can listen to, like, how it sounds like. Hold on. I'm gonna quickly open it, and here's what it sounds like. Hold on. Oh, yeah. So that's how Taro Swirl sounds like. This is like my favorite lo-fi song that's like somewhat known. You know, it's a shame that the actual original song itself isn't exactly as famous because some Minecraft YouTubers milk this lo-fi song a lot, or at the very least, music. You know, we're gonna call it music. It gets milked a lot by some like iron farm videos. Like this song is basically in every single one of those. Yeah, this is a tutorial type song. The simplest music is sometimes the best. Yep, just enjoying the classic things in life. Sometimes the most basic things can bring the most joy. Of course, listening to lo-fi can be beneficial too, you know, when you're studying and you want something to help you relieve stress, then lo-fi's got you covered. And that music or that song that we have listened to a couple seconds ago does get the job done. Truth be told, I was actually planning on letting that song play whenever I'm streaming, but without a microphone, you know? Oh wait, that does remind me. I could show you guys like how this super smelter works if you were wondering. Of course, we go over here, we insert our stuff to smelt. We add basically everything here that we can stuff in our inventory, and we have to add 7 more. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. And now add it here. And now we need to get 8 lava buckets. So let's quickly get it. We have to manually add it to each furnace. Okay, so here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now go back and add 1 lava bucket in each furnace. Like that, so we can smelt everything. We have to add 2 more. 1, 2, and now when we added all of this, we flick the lever, and like that. We also get all of the buckets back, of course. Nice! You'd never want like really good sounding and catchy music when you're studying. It takes your attention. Wait, that actually does make sense. You know, sometimes it can be a little bit distracting. You know, sometimes those things or certain things just don't really make a good mix. So listening to lo-fi is only really good if you want something that will help you like calm your mind. I know because I tend to listen to lo-fi like pretty frequently, especially Taro Swirl. That song or that music is a classic. Whoops, I think that's way too much. Is there a reason why you eat pork chops instead of anything else better, lol? I mean, I can. I certainly have more tasty. Some more tasty things. Some more tasty meals in the kitchen. Over here. Yeah, so like this is the kitchen, right? And we have these things at our disposal. We can have bread, although I'm using bread mostly to like make villagers breed. There's some steak, although I was planning on making a cow farm that will make steak automatically, but here's the thing. You might say that I'm either the luckiest or unluckiest person in the world. So here's the thing. When I was AFKing for iron the other day, Even though I had a functioning mob switch to have peaceful mode in overworld, there was this extremely rare chance for an Enderman to teleport into the cow pen that had like 4 cows in it. And then the Enderman placed this particular grass block, which allowed the cows to jump out of the pen, and now all of them have just wandered around somewhere. Yeah, the Enderman just decided to wander into this particular cow pen, place this grass block, and then leave. Believe it or not, that's exactly what happened. I would have never placed that grass block myself otherwise. I also have cooked pork chop here. You know, this is like my main food source. I also have golden carrots, if I ever feel like eating those. Although I prefer eating cooked pork chop because they restore more hunger points. It's a bit less of a hassle having to eat an extra slice. And also, I could theoretically make golden apples my main, like, food source, especially given the fact that I have a working gold farm, so getting apples is pretty easy. But farming apples myself will be a nightmare. So I get apples from this guy, 1 emerald for 4 apples. So we're eating good. I guess you can say we're eating good in that case. I know you might say, well, why wouldn't I eat enchanted golden apples instead, which basically makes you unkillable when you eat one? It's because, unfortunately, enchanted golden apples are a finite resource. These things can't be farmed anymore. When gold farms were first introduced, they were so easy to farm. And if they stayed, nowadays nobody would be eating things like cooked pork chop. Like, that would be basically starter tier type of food. Talking about music, I re-listened to the 2 Vultures albums, Never Again. How do you make something this filler? I'm not sure, dude. Yeah, I was really mad and confused seeing that dirt block there and seeing all the cows escaping the pen. So if I could theoretically find that Enderman, I would have an eye-to-eye conversation with him. Although that's a little bit of foreshadowing. Now here's the thing, if I press of the pie chart and see... Wait, what? Where is the Enderman? Where is it? I don't see any Enderman in my pie chart. It says unspecified player, Iron Golem, Glow Squid, Wolf Squid, Bee, Armor Stand, Snow Golem, Pig, Sniffer, a Zombie? Yeah, that's for my iron farm. A cow, a frog, a salmon, cat, bat, sheep, item, villager, leash knot, chest minecart, and glow item frame. I think we got rid of that Enderman. We did it. There is no more secret Enderman in my distance. We did it, guys. I actually thought that there was some obscure glitch that caused Enderman to accumulate at the bottom of the world. I guess the mob switch gets the job done, and that does remind me, we have to repair this pickaxe ASAP and show you guys one more thing that I will have to fix. Of course, when I'm gonna be making the trenches for the perimeter, we have a lot of stuff to do if we want a working fast spider farm. I'll never understand how was I that hyped up for a bunch of AI slop. I don't know, but things have changed, that's for sure. You have also changed too, for the better, if you think about it. Yeah, version 2 is slopped, and so is version 1, but it's better. Suspicious Stew. I mean, yeah, Suspicious Stew can be good if you happen to live in, like, the elusive Mushroom Islands and you have one bowl, you have infinite food. But the Mushroom Islands are so rare. They are as rare as they can get. As far as I know, the Mushroom Islands only spawn on areas or in areas with low continentalness. So finding them can be a bit annoying, you know, but what's even worse is windswept gravelly hills. That is probably the hardest biome to run into. If we take into consideration how small of a biome it is too, then that also adds up pretty quickly. Oh, my bad. I thought V stood for like version, my bad. It's crazy how far you can take things with survival Minecraft. Yup, just takes some dedication and that's really it. I think I could probably have a chance of having a 10,000 plus day hardcore world because now I've learned my lesson. The previous hardcore world of 2,300 plus days that I lost made me learn a pretty valuable lesson. And that lesson is don't stand on top of a moving flying TNT bomber. That's it. I will never make that mistake again. I can tell you that much. How much durability? Oh, 2. That's not bad. People have literally found ways to force a chunk to regenerate. That is true. That is true. I know what you're talking about. Like, this is also possible using a program called MCA selector. I could show you like that program that I have. It's on my PC. Some people are saying how MCA selector is a virus and things like that, but that's actually a false positive. I'm gonna place the chat over here and I'm going to show you guys. So here it is. This is MCA selector. I have seen some professional Minecraft players using this program. Of course, someone like Frunocraft is using this, like when he was making a perimeter tutorial. And if you install this program and you ever get a warning by your antivirus that says how MCA selector is a virus, it's a Trojan, and stuff like that, this is a false positive. The reason that you might see that pop up, like for this app, is because MCA selector deletes chunks from your files directly. If you do put MCA selector in something like virus total, you'll find only one detection. How it will say it's something like malicious and stuff, but that one detection is by some Chinese antivirus that you've likely never heard of in your life, so it's worth keeping in mind. It's hard to tell why does antivirus even let such cheap programs onto their website in the first place. So yeah, don't worry if you ever see that warning. I've been using MCA selector for a couple months, and I can tell you it's absolutely worth using. What do you mean regenerate? Well, I can show you, So here's the thing. If I activate chunk borders and we go to this conveniently placed square like this, these grids, like these grid lines, make a chunk, and a chunk is a 16 by 16 area. And in this case, there used to be a well over here, like a well from a village that I have destroyed for some reason. And if you use MCA selector and you delete, quote unquote, delete this chunk, for example, the next time you open up Minecraft, that well is going to be here again. Although I think you can also manipulate this without using MCA selector in some older versions, if that makes sense. This can be pretty overpowered if you think about it, because I can show you. Let's just quickly go to like one place really quick with the grid lines activated. We fly that direction. Keep flying here. We go to this conveniently placed chunk loader. Okay, so let's just keep flying around the thing. So here's the thing. Let's say you open up this chest, right? And let's say you don't have any ways of getting coal in the game anymore, not including killing wither skeletons, so this is your last hope. And when you do take the coal out of that chest, in this case for example, and you use it, you can kind of delete this chunk using MCA selector, so the next time you open it, the coal will be there to be picked up again. So you're basically like duplicating items. And also the reason why I added this golden pressure plate or lightweighted pressure plate is because this is the exact chest that I found the silence armor trim in. Like for example here it says silence armor trim amethyst material, because I think it's overall the best. Oh Jesus, I forgot how loud this thing is. Woo, that was like a millisecond before disaster. If you do build that warden mob switch that I showed, like that you've heard the warden screaming like a psychopath, I would recommend you to lower down your volume because that machine is loud. You wouldn't want to play this. You wouldn't want to have that machine on 100% volume. Bless you. Thanks. Wait a second. I'm the most indecisive person of all time. I forgot to put back these buckets and have one water bucket ready in case of an emergency. And now we can continue where we left off. Ow. Should we also like make the water dissipate over here, even though it's not really like a part of the perimeter, like it's out of the chunks, of course. Now the water should dissipate like that. Now let's keep, you know, draining the water. This is about like the last layer where, oh my goodness, wait. Before we start getting to deep slate, and it starts at like Y7 or something like that. Yeah, once we trench out everything to Y0, this is where you better have a good film running in the background, because we will have to trench this out. Of course, we will have lots of water to drain underground. Of course, there's gonna be lots of work, but here's the thing. If there's a will, there's a way, right? Because once we reach deep slate, there's no more insta mining. Because, like, look at this yourself. We have the highest tier of haste, which is what allows me to insta-mine stone in this case. Everything before deep slate. But once we hit deep slate, even if you have an efficiency 5 netherite pickaxe, you can't insta-mine this thing, unfortunately. No more smooth sailing. And my perimeter location is as bad as it can get, because, yeah, look. There is numerous little pockets of water, because this is around dripstone caves. So I decided to take that risk, because every other location that I choose is just as bad. There's nowhere to go. It's as bad as it can get. Although making these trenches right now is actually worthwhile, because I get free stone this way. This is my favorite way of mining stone. Now, I do hope there won't be an extra hidden pocket of water around here. No, just to ensure that we save on sponges, we're gonna make sure water dissipates like that. And yeah, that's how it goes. Making a perimeter is as easy as it looks. It's really not that big of a deal, it's just an exercise of tedium. Yup, more water caves, which means a lot more sponging. And just to add insult to injury, okay, I thought I had full inventory. Let me show you something that I'll also have to like drain. Just to rub salt into the wound. Let's go into this conveniently placed hole over there that I've dug out. And we keep going down, down to down. I keep forgetting where it goes. Okay, so here's the thing. On first glance, you might be saying, come on, Flynn, this is not that bad. There's no such thing as a humongous water-filled cave. Well, think again. Look at how deep this hole is. Actually, that side's not too deep, but once we go lower than Y31, look ahead. All of this water, if this is a part of my perimeter, all the water you see here, you can see my bubbles depleting down here, will have to go, whether I like it or not. You might be saying I could just install something like Lightmatica and make a machine that sweeps all of those you know, liquids for me manually. But the machines that do that amount of work for you require such an obscene amount of materials that I'd gladly just make a sweeper that goes zigzag. So yeah, if that is a part of this perimeter, that will also have to go, whether I like it or not. As much as I hate it, sacrifices have to be made. If I didn't have this much sponges, then removing all of that water would be a nightmare. Welcome back, Danix. Do you want to hop in a call, by the way? I mean, if you're up for it, of course. We haven't called in like a long time. So talking with someone while I'm streaming is nothing to like stress over, of course. I'll soon have this, what is it, west side trenched out, so we might have to start with the south side, because south is as bad as it can get. I'm going to also show you guys how you can also remove that much water, in case that will be like too much of a hassle. Removing all of that water that I've shown is a lot easier than it looks. It's just an exercise of tedium. Alright then, in Discord, yeah, I mean, I guess that's where we've always called, of course. I'm gonna hop online on Discord, like that, and you can call me whenever you're feeling comfortable. Whether it's in like a group chat or the main Discord server, although I prefer like a voice call like through DMs, so no fishy business can happen. We haven't, like, you know, talked on Discord through main direct messages since like February. Hello. Yeah, I can. Hello. So I thought of also trenching out this area to like Y0, and then once we do that, we're going to start trenching the south side, because it's as bad as it can get. I have a lot of stuff to do.
You're planning on like clearing out the whole thing by the end of the stream?
Well, that's what I've had in mind. Yeah, I'm planning on trenching out this side to Y0, and once that's done, I'm gonna start working on the south side, since that's probably the most problematic one. Alright.
I just got this on like just watching your stream.
Oh, alright. Although something that had crossed my mind whenever I'm playing Minecraft is that I really hope that one day I'm going to run into that rarest ore in the entire game, which is like deep slate emerald ore. It's as rare as it can be. I never ran into it once in regular survival.
Yeah.
From what I heard, deep slate emerald ore only spawns at around -2 around tall mountains, and the odds of it spawning are extremely slim.
But yeah, because emeralds usually spawn in mountains.
Yeah, basically like places of tall erosion. I have been thinking that deep slate emerald ore spawns everywhere past stone layer or something like that. Like once you hit wides 0 and lower, that's where it starts to spawn. Since deep slate spawns at like Y7 and lower. So I thought it applies everywhere. And if I go to statistics and items times mined, I have mined 12,761 skulk, and I haven't found a single deep slate emerald ore ever since. And I have apparently used a netherite pickaxe over 2,664,725 times, so that's a lot, I guess.
Yeah, I don't recall ever finding like deep slate emerald ore. Maybe I did, but I just haven't paid much attention to it.
Yeah,
It's like rare, but it's whatever.
Yeah, it's just there for like flexing. Wait, did
I mean, it's also the same as like, those mansions with like a nether portal?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot just like, it's much easier to just make a nether portal, and not use the nether portal in that mansion, it's like a very low chance of it, so if you put enough value in that, you could like clip it.
Yeah, well,
I remember seeing that one speedrun where it was like tasks doing speedrun, and the person who was like setting up the task, he had to find like a good seed, and the good seed was the one with like that nether portal.
yeah, well, mansions are like one of the rarest structures in the game, and finding a mansion that has those hidden rooms with a block of diamond inside of them are just as rare. Like there is that one block of diamond that's covered in like a diamond-shaped obsidian form of structure, and then there's like another form of block of diamond that's in like a capsule covered in lava that you have to like remove in order to mine it. I have actually found both of those types of mansions once in this world. Oh my, we have actually ran into yet another water-filled cave. Since my location is as bad as it can be. Well, I think I could easily drain this since I have all of those sponges and everything. Let's just put...
Yeah, like a question, what do you think, okay, do you know what an amplified world is?
Oh, I do. I've played it before.
Yeah, so is it harder to find the cave in amplified worlds?
I feel like maybe it is, but I haven't played on amplified worlds as frequently as I do in normal worlds, so there's probably some difference between the two.
So, I don't know, because I played like on an amplified world, and I couldn't find like 80 cave in so long.
Well, maybe it's just a bad seed, I'm not sure.
That's really unlikely.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Because I was looking for a cave for like 2 hours and I haven't found one.
Oh, well, yeah, then maybe it's just a bad seed. Amplified is just kind of like the same as normal world, but you have a lot of like more steep terrain in the way. Like there's a lot more mountains and stuff, like regardless of what biome you're in.
Yeah, I know. You have these like glitch structures that just kind of float in the air, like islands or whatever.
Yeah. Whenever I play
I love.
on an amplified world, I always spawn in villages to see what kind of strange sight I'm going to run into when they're placed on top of like a steep mountain or whatever. But for some reason, when I try to place in like a mansion in an amplified world, it just doesn't like let me for whatever reason. Maybe there's some rules to it that I haven't heard of, so there's that.
Yeah, man, apparently there's like a new drama going on. So, there's like a geode mod creator
Yeah,
called Alpha something, Alpha no someone.
yeah.
Yeah, so apparently he got doxxed.
Wait, actually? For what reason?
No, I mean I'm just like looking around. So apparently he got doxxed. Now he's trying to commit it.
Jesus.
Commit what?
I'm not sure what happened. Like, I
Yeah,
hardly.
I don't know.
Well, whatever the situation is, I hope that he doesn't get into deeper trouble from that point onwards. Because I know how dangerous getting doxxed actually is. Like, this is nothing to be goofing around, you know?
Okay, so apparently there was like a server, and his IP or something got leaked. This is like a
Oh,
public server, by the way, which is interesting. And his IP, I guess, ended up being that server, and he got hacked by some kids.
he didn't even.
From what it was like.
Dude, I'm surprised. How can people find ways to just like sneak into other people's like devices and start snatching information out of them for personal gain? It's kind of scary how easy it is to make such programs. And people can make those for lots of nefarious purposes. Alpha Alpha Lanius, I think that's the person he's talking about.
Yeah, person. They made the Tinker mod, which is like a continuation to get better at it because HD fought with the game and the mod creation.
Yeah. It's really
Yeah,
hard.
apparently, like, in their Twitter, they said, like, I quit, fuck y'all, you deserve nothing. Just continue along with all my other mods. Yeah, I don't even know, like, what exactly happened because, again, it's just people, like, whatever.
Yeah, but I
I
do
don't know why
hope
you got
that
doxxed. They got doxxed for whatever reason.
some people have just no impulse control. They just do whatever they think is cool without ever thinking twice. This water really does get irritating pretty quickly. If only water didn't have such an abusive relationship with TNT, this wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, apparently they get vouched for literally entertainment. Literally for nothing bigger than just entertainment purposes.
It's just like...
Just so they get a good... Just so they could get a good laugh.
Yeah, so no impulse control. It's just like one of those TikTok pranksters. They just want to get some cheap views. And that's...
Quote-unquote harmless pranks. Essentially.
Yeah. Can you type it in text? Cause I'm exercising.
No.
Like, do I type it in the chat here myself, or I'm not sure?
No, I will.
Oh, alright. I'll still keep the chat open over here, just in case. I feel like that's salted water from this little cave over there. Dripstone caves are as bad as they can be. Now let's jump up here and drain some more water, I guess. Just placing sponges on the sides, like so. So that means more walls, so that the water doesn't regenerate. Better safe than sorry.
Bro, what is going on? Like, they have this drama now. They have no drama with next just uploading a showcase of Antarctic lights. You know that as well.
Oh yeah, I've seen that level.
I mean, bro, I have no idea. Like,
I have no idea, like, what's going on through some people's heads before they make a decision. Some people just post something without thinking twice. It's really scary thinking about what the world will become in, like, I don't know, maybe 10 years from now.
I mean, look, the thing with GD community is that it's just... I can't really speak on any other community, but it's just... I feel like it's just way better to, you know, be in your own niche communities. Especially for like really talented people. Because
Yeah.
you know, like the Cervex situation.
Oh yeah, I've heard of it.
As well. Like, so many people just decided that xenophobia is okay. But, you know, literally hating a whole nation because of some dumbass is, like, completely fine. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Like,
it just...
I have no idea, bro. It's just way better to stay away from the public community because, well, it fucking sucks, bro.
Yeah.
People will never want to take responsibility for the bullshit they're saying. And if the public carries on, well, you know, the public carries on. You won't really be able to stop the public from spreading information, even if it's straight up atrocious. Like, I don't even know, bro. The community is just like that.
Yeah, it would be an anomaly if GD would go at least a month without any form of drama, let alone a week. That would be an anomaly in itself.
Honestly, I don't remember any other, like, great drama that happened before Cervex. Maybe it's because I'm not really keeping up with the community, but I mean, I'm
Wait a
not
second.
keeping up with the community right now, and people are still discussing it. So, I don't know.
Wait, I was invited for like lunch, so I'll likely have to like deafen for maybe like 10-ish minutes, then I'll come back.
I got it.
Alright, so I'll be deafened for like 10 minutes from now. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Alright, so we are back and I have just finished with the lunch I've had earlier. And turns out I finished probably in less than 10 minutes, so less time than I was expecting, of course. So now we are back to what we were doing, and we are back to draining more land, or draining more caves. Right, so we just break that. Yeah, it's lovely to see. Oh, hello. I have just finished with my lunch like 2 minutes ago. Oh.
Yeah, I could hear you.
Oh, alright. Back to draining more caves. Oops. So the trick is to make these 3-block wide areas to stop the water from regenerating, because spamming sponges on the walls is extremely inefficient. As much as I don't like it, we have to do what we have to do. Now we do one of these. And there we go. Now it's time for sponging. Oh, we have some water over there. Come on, this can't be that deep. Right, come on, this has to be it. Yeah, I mean, obviously. Oops, don't do that. I was about to waste a sponge. Now we break that. Right? Where's the water? Brother. Elusive water. Now water is pretending like it's afraid of me sponging it. It shouldn't take too much time because this isn't like a really deep cave too. Now we also have to place a source block here. There we go. I'm pretty sure this is the last... Wait, really dripstone? Really dripstone? It prevented the water from spilling, from creating this temporary entrance to the next wall that I'll have to make in order to drain. Yeah, see, this is why dripstone caves are bad. Once you have this one spike or dripstone, it completely stops the sand from falling. I'm getting rage baited by the caves, I swear. There's no spike? Okay. Yeah, let me quickly lower down the volume so that it's not as noisy. Oh, hello Madness GMD. Welcome. How's your day going, pal? Since when was I a mod? I do not remember this. I mean, I have given you mod a long time ago. It's been nearly 2 years at the very least. Time does fly by when you're having fun. I feel like I've probably given you moderator before I have completed Vertigo, like on that one stream from like late 2024, so there's that. If you were confused why I was a bit startled, yeah, well look, there he is. The pillager, please don't have a... Oh my! Oh my! We cannot kill that guy with a banner. And look at that! What are the odds? The pillagers are ruining my work here. What a bunch of gnarly bastards. That's not very cash money of you. Well, I have also used the trick of despawning all of them. Although now that I think about it, I could have just used the flint and steel to like get rid of that guy with a pattern so I don't get bad omen. Because things would be pretty ugly if I did get it. I love dripstone. Please, dripstone, I need you to disintegrate. See how much work you're giving me? And you're doing nothing about it, dripstone? Please, spare me in these dry times. You should be happy that I'm giving you an ounce of attention here. Not a lot of people visit those caves that you're hosting. Unless they're making a lava farm or something like that. Only then it's worthwhile, but otherwise, dripstone sucks. Because dripstone is, despite appearances, pretty dangerous if you fall on it. So that's why caving can be pretty dangerous. Cash money app. Oh wait, Skycrab did get a world record. 639. That is really good. It's a shame that the potential 604 that was supposed to happen a year ago just didn't happen because the Enderman in question was a paid actor. But at least he likely recovered from the traumatic event that happened when an Enderman destroyed his potential life world record. Although, look at it on the bright side, like I mentioned a few minutes ago, he killed the dragon in less than 6 minutes on a random seed. That doesn't happen daily. So it's not all bad, you know? If the Enderman in question just wasn't in the line of his crosshair, then things would be so much different. I really feel like Endermen shouldn't start getting enraged at you if you are in your menu searching for items. I think that's a pretty silly concept. Like, you are looking at the object you want to take out of your inventory. Looking at an Enderman's eyes is the last thing you care about, especially when you're speedrunning. Yeah, exactly. Like, it takes on average, like what, 5 game ticks for an Enderman to aggro at you if you stare. Ow! Yeah, if I fell a little bit further down here, I was screwed. I would have likely popped a totem. I hate dripstone.
Wait, why did it take so much damage from falling? Did you not have feather falling before?
Oh, I do. I was just mentioning, in case I didn't have feather falling 4 and I fell on top of that dripstone, I would take twice as much damage than I would normally.
That's weird. Because remember, you could fall from crazy high, like, Y levels, and you still survive, and you have feather falling and prot 4. I mean, feather falling 4, of course.
Yeah, well, dripstone can be pretty dangerous if you fall directly on top of it. Like, let's pretend I don't have feather falling 4. Oh wait, I still hardly took any damage because I fell like 2 blocks. Oh well, let's not tempt fate here. Let's not replicate what I replicated like in February. That is a story for another day. I'm still picking up all of this garbage when I want to collect stone, not deep slate. I have a dedicated lava farm. I don't think I'm ever gonna mine another piece of dripstone ever again. Let's quickly mine top. Is there any piece of like... What, did I go too low? I'm at Y5, I would be able to see the sky in like 3 seconds. Oh, I was right. I remember when the world record was like 14 minutes. Yup, we have evolved a lot over the past couple years. Nowadays, you can see people speedrunning the game in less than 10 minutes. The amount of information you have to absorb, or the amount of stuff you have to learn to be able to speedrun the game in such a short period of time is unimaginable. You have to learn a lot of things, like the pie chart to find buried treasure. You have to like learn the layout of bastions that you go in. There's a lot of things to keep in mind. Like, this is no fishy business. Of course, you also have to pray that the piglins give you fire resistance potions when you are scouting through a fortress. You don't want to get knocked off by a blaze. You have to pray that you get a looting tree sword for best drops. The odds of that happening in a speedrun especially are pretty low.
I remember when I was speedrunning Minecraft, it was like 5 years ago. The best result was like something a little over 40 minutes or whatever.
That's still really good. I think my best, or like the fastest time I've beaten the game was like 10 or 11 in-game days, which is like 3 hours of total playtime. Maybe a little more than that, because you know, a Minecraft day lasts for like 10 minutes and then the night also adds up to it to make it a total of 20. There's a lot of... There's countless dangers around the corner. Can't let your guard down for a second in this game.
I mean, right now I can definitely do better. Like, maybe 20 or 30 minutes.
For sure. Hold on, I think maybe we could still trench this out. Wait, this is still at Y15. I mean, I guess that explains why there was still some of terrain overhead. And like that. Now we are at Y5. I mean, well, it takes practice to master this game if you're not playing it like as frequently. It's not the end of the world. You have to keep, lots of things in mind when you're speedrunning.
I mean, that's like with everything. Like, all it takes is practice. If you just don't play something, you know, like, in a long time, then of course it's gonna get worse than you were before.
Yeah. I was
Practice
always...
makes perfect in whatever they say.
Yup, practice makes perfect. Well, here we are. We are 5 blocks away from hitting Y0 on this layer. So, well, here we are. This is where the true hell begins. And the test of endurance starts now. Luckily, it's not too bad because we will also find lots of exposed terrain along the way, so a little bit of terrain will be already cleared out for me. And we will also run into Tough, which is insta-mineable, despite appearances. Tough is only at Deep Slate layer, and knowing that it's insta-mineable, it's like the best feeling in the world. Whenever you're trenching out this, for example, like I'm doing, you always want Tough to last like an eternity. Like, you just don't want to see Deep Slate again after you see Tough. The amount of dopamine you can feel whenever you see Tough is unimaginable. We have trenched out a decent chunk this stream, although we were mostly doing like a chatting stream with viewers. You know, I like interacting with the chat. I have said that, yeah, I am going to start making streams a lot more frequently than I was before. Nowadays, there's just nothing to do. Whether we are scouting through caves or like playing with fire here, at least what matters is that we're having fun, of course. And playing Minecraft is the way to go. Now, of course, sometimes I'm feeling kind of lazy to make those sand walls if there's a decent amount of walls already here. Oh crap, stains. There we go. Oh, there's... Oh, there it is! I thought I've lost those sponges somewhere. I thought I lost them forever, but turns out my inventory is full. From all of this stone farming. Farming all of this stone. This probably, like, this cave probably isn't a part of this, a part of this perimeter, but I'm just going to, like, get rid of it just in case, just to be safe. Yeah, I mean, let's see, for how long have I been streaming? For 2 hours. I mean, that's not too bad. I've had lots of fun in today's stream, that's for sure. Once I trench out every side to like Y0, then I will have 8 more hours of trenching before like the trenches are at the bottom of the world. Now, there is theoretically a way to make this deep slate, the inferior deep slate, insta-mineable, but the process is so tedious that you might as well just dig it out with a pickaxe. So basically, all you need is 1 moss block and as many shulker boxes of bone meal as you want. So you place a moss block where the deep slate is, and then you bone meal it. Then the moss will spread in a small radius, and then you can just mine it out with a hoe, and boom, it's a mineable deep slate. But that's mind-numbingly tedious. I wouldn't recommend that to anyone. Okay, so why 0? I just realized both the Java and Bedrock world records are the same time. Really? I didn't know about that. That's actually strange, especially given the fact that both Java and Bedrock function in a completely different way, you know? Like, there's some things that I'm kind of jealous about Bedrock Edition. Like, you can have extremely fast whoa, what was that lag? You can have extremely fast sugarcane farms because you can actually bone meal sugarcane in Bedrock, but in Java Edition you can't. You have to wait for it to grow. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like it does on Bedrock. Although in Bedrock Edition, you can't use that trick with the doors when you're underwater, where you can just place the door beneath your feet and then you have an unlimited breathing area like on the block you're standing on. In Java, that is doable, but in Bedrock, you have to make water breathing potions. Alright, so it seems like we're halfway there on this trench. Shouldn't take too long to trench out. I've hardly used up my netherite pickaxe too, which is exciting because we can get to work immediately on the south side, which is probably gonna make me pull my hair out given how much water there will be to drain. Turns out there's no messages, or at least new messages in the chat. Just making sure. Yeah, I can kind of see that marker on the other side. Like that, at Y0. Come on! Oh, I can't mine it. Oh, now I can. We have a neat little mine shaft over there. I could probably make that spider farm there, but it's gonna be inefficient as hell. So we're doing it in a perimeter so we can go absolutely overkill with it. Music. Yup. I have decided to play music, you know, for the duration of the stream, where otherwise I usually have it off. And when I'm trenching out, like I'm doing right now, I just have some peculiar Minecraft video playing in the Brave browser. You know, something that's going to like try and calm me down when I'm draining all the water, because getting rid of all of that water is notoriously gonna be a tedious process. Once you do have a perimeter though, it pays off forever. Oh my, look at that. Diamonds at Y3. Oh my inventory is full. Now all the stone is going to despawn. All the stone will despawn now. I got carried away and now we have to pay the price.
Bro, you know, like, I think that was the third lesson. We were like building a wall. Remember it was like, we moved, because the hacker was like bombing our place. Remember? There were like random explosions.
Oh yeah, I do. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so we moved to that one hill. We were like living on a hill, and you know, some time like eventually we decided to build a giant wall around this hill. You know, so like zombies don't spawn and whatnot. It
Yeah,
was just cool.
yeah, that
Yeah,
was
so I
like,
remember when I was building with Pixel, I would like I had my playlist on, and that was the time when I was like really listening to Heat. Like that was the time when I discovered like the music for me, and bro, those times were fucking crazy. I would just just building a wall, just building it up and up and up while listening to music for like hours. Bro,
oh,
that shit was those really were the times.
yeah, well, when there were like millions of zombies spawning where we used to live, that was like a double-edged sword because we were also getting tons of XP that way. I don't think the hacker took that in mind.
About that, I don't know. Um, but yeah, the fact that we can like kill zombies spawning because I don't think that happened on the fourth SMP, for example.
Yeah.
Like the fourth SMP was the one where I built a big like skyscraper out of quartz.
Oh, I remember. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so he was there. I remember that for sure. And on the fifth SMP, he wasn't there, but whatever. But on the third one, bro, we had to rebuild your house so many times. And
Yeah.
Pixel also had to rebuild his house. Because one time, he made like a casual house or whatever. Then something happened to it. Like, the hacker probably like spawned a TNT or something like inside it, so he remade it. Then at one point, it was fucking crazy. It was just straight up pouring lava onto his house, and it was like all destroyed. So he made a house like that went a little underground, and even that was done later on. And there were like bombs spawning because we had like a mod. We installed the mods on that, on the SMP, and he like summoned bombs in there. So we had to fix the whole damage because there was a crater from one of the bombs that exploded.
Yeah, there was.
So yeah, we all fixed it in a day, I think.
Yeah,
Well,
like,
not in a day, but it was like in a few hours.
yeah, a lot of terrain was destroyed at the time. So a bit of terraforming, like, was taken into consideration.
Mm. I actually think I remember we made like an announcement in Vanuan. Um, like I think Pixel made an announcement like the SMP is gone or something.
Yes,
Like,
something like that. Back then, when I was like absent for weeks for whatever reason, I was hardly ever
yeah,
online at the time.
it was in 2023.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Bro, there were these like like what a like a fire charge, but instead of red, like instead of the red colors, there are like purple and pink ones.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah, so they were just there for some reason, and we couldn't do anything with them. Actually, no, I think we could. I think we would spawn TNTs next to them. So the TNT when it explodes, it has an impulse, and this impulse forced those floating balls to just fly away from the TNT from the impact.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they can be pushed with the pistons unless they just explode.
No, you can push them with pistons. Like you can only do it with something exploding, like TNT minecart or just a TNT. Or
Oh,
just
yeah,
TNTs.
I understand.
Oh yeah, and we did that on the fourth SMP as well. Like that's what I remember for sure. There were these like balls, that look like fire charges, but they're like pink. They're probably, when the dragon shoots.
Yeah.
There's like, yeah, I think it's that thing. I don't know what it's called.
Oh yeah, I think it's pretty authentic to that type of fireball from the dragon then.
Yeah, it's like a dragon fireball. But yeah, we had those in the fourth SMP, and I pushed them away. I would build up with dirt blocks, put a TNT, so it would go high up. I mean, obviously we couldn't do it forever because, there's like no limit really to the sky.
Yeah.
Sky's the limit. So, yeah, we just pushed them like high enough so they weren't noticeable.
Yeah, well, as long as they don't have a hitbox, they don't really pose a threat.
No, of course, they did literally nothing. They were just images, but I don't know, I guess they were kind of throwing you off, so.
Yeah, they were just like,
Try to do some move.
just in the air. We are nearly done with this trench to Y0. Alright. Now to take this out. Do that. Then keep trenching it out, like so. And
Bro, I'm just reading the announcements in Volleyball. Like, there was this announcement, the SMP has fallen, and the previous one is Ubini was Areta.
oh yeah.
And the previous ones, Ubini Catalyze.
Yeah,
That was
2023.
her birthday.
In 2023, I've had the biggest glow up of all time. I beat like 4 new hardest in like a span of just 12 months.
Yeah, I remember because before you were like struggling with some beginner levels, and that year you beat Rosaretta, you beat Zaptiel, you beat Catalyze,
Erebus.
some other ones. Oh yeah, wait, didn't you beat Erebus like later? Like in 2024 or something?
Oh yeah, I beat Erebus in like September of 2023. So nearly 3 years ago. And I haven't beaten a new hardest ever since.
Yeah. Yeah, you beat a ton of stuff, like a fuck ton of stuff in 2023.
Yeah, I don't think that year is ever going to like happen again, unfortunately, but it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, you also were beat Zaptiel.
Yeah, well, I didn't like the idea of like, when I beat a level on an LDM, so I chose to like beat it again on a PC that can actually run the level.
Yeah, that's when you got your PC.
Yep. Especially given the fact that my muscle memory hasn't depleted at all, so I've had a really good time rebeating that level, especially given how bad of an experience I've had with it when I was like beating it for the first time. Hello, Satyrium. Welcome. Haven't seen you like in a long time. I have seen your comment yesterday on yesterday's stream, and I promised I was gonna make a stream today, so I have. And great news! The west side has been trenched out to Y0. Now we're gonna trench out the south side, which is gonna be like... The south side is going to be the worst, I think, because of the obscene amount of water over here. Like, have I left? Oh, there it is. So let's go to this conveniently placed little hole that goes down as low as possible. Now, if we keep going further, like so, you can see just how massive this dripstone cave is. Like, there's going to be a ton of work. And the fact that it also goes down to deep slate layer adds up pretty quickly. I mean, as long as it's not a part of the perimeter, I don't think I'm gonna have to, like, drain all visible water. A part of me is skeptical about it because I wouldn't want an Enderman to, like, steal the sand block and then have sand pouring all the way down to the bottom of the world. So let's get to trenching.
Bro, and the announcement before you decatalyze, like the previous announcement is your birthday, and then it's Hyper Paradigm. Like, the announcement of the collab.
Oh yeah.
Remember Hyper Paradigm? You look gameplay and you decorated it.
Oh yeah, it's like a fan-made remake of Hyper Paradox, but without spam, so I wouldn't get an aneurysm playing it. But unfortunately, it was like cancelled halfway because people just didn't commit to it for whatever reason.
Then we finished 2 collabs, like the vlog one basically. Twilight and Fracture Lane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, speaking of Twilight, the announcement just before that is well, exactly. It's exactly the verification of Twilight.
Yeah, like.
Nothing about Twilight before.
I'm Gaster, by the way, if you remember that guy. Oh, then, yeah, I do remember you. You were there, like, ever since I was making those Trump jokes at the time. Although it's a shame that these Trump jokes, I feel like, aren't really being exactly, like, as mentioned nowadays. These kind of, like, lost relevance, I think. Trump levels aren't being made as much, so there's that.
I mean, we grew up, so yeah, something's gotta go.
Yep.
Yeah, and the first announcement is you being Zafty.
Yeah.
Like the announcement channel.
Things have changed a lot over the past couple of years.
Yeah, like a year, it doesn't feel like a long time, but you know, it is a long time.
Yeah. Each year can be like a mixed bag for everyone. Like 2026 was awesome for some people. For some people it was chaotic, like it was for me, given the stuff I've been through in the first half of this year and stuff. Like in early January, I had to go through a nail removal when my nail was digging into my flesh. So it had to be surgically removed at the clinic. And I was stressing out way too much at the time. That was like one of the most peaceful procedures I've ever been in, or I've ever been through. And 6 months later, I don't think I've mentioned this, but a new nail had grown. It only took 6.5 months of waiting. So it's safe to say that I have learned another lesson. Don't bite your nails. Otherwise, you're gonna regret it.
I don't think I've ever, like, bitten my nails.
I don't know, but I've always been biting my nails whenever I was under a lot of pressure. Like, there was no other way for me to, like, calm down. Whenever I was biting my nails, it was always like a very soothing feeling. Like it was calming my nerves for some reason.
Yeah, you know, like, you know the nails emoji in like, YouTube?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, for that reason, you know, whenever something stressful or something serious, people just say that. I'm not really sure, like, what causes this habit, because, I mean, it's not just you, obviously. It's like, a decent amount of people bite their nails whenever you're, like, in a serious situation, or something like that.
Yeah. And luckily, when I had my nail removed, I wasn't biting my nails ever since. So now I'm giving myself this lawful order: never touch your nails. Unless I'm trimming them, that is. I can do that with a pair of scissors.
I mean, you know what I feel like, could, okay, so, like, here's the thing, that's just my theory, though, like, because I've just thought about it. I don't know if this is true, but, you know, whenever you're trying to release some stress,
Yeah?
like, a good way of relieving stress is by doing something repetitive. And, you know, biting your nails is repetitive, like, you're just doing the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
You're just biting your nail. So, what I feel like could be the thing is that if you do it once, and, you know, it works, like, whenever you're in a stressful situation, you just randomly decide to bite your nail, and, you know, it's almost how it helps, your brain adapts to it and it remembers this as, like, you know, a reaction
Yeah.
to anxiety and to stress, and so you do it again and again because the brain has remembered this action as a stress relieving action. You know, and it could be the same with things like um, pulling your hair, for example. Because some people do that during stress situations. They pull their hair, or they like um, pick their skin or something like that.
Yeah.
Like they pull on the skin under their nails maybe, or I don't know, something else. Like it's one of these repetitive things that usually like you do whenever you're in a stressful situation.
Yeah.
That's just my theory, though. I don't know if that's the thing. If it's a real thing.
Yeah, I understand. A lot of people go through this kind of stuff, so gotta take care of it.
I mean, yeah, some of these habits could be like worse for your health. Like, you know, like you said that whenever it's like you're biting your nails, you could cause like a nail injury.
Yeah, well, other than what I've been through in January this year, I've never really had any other, like, trouble with nails or things like that, so there's that. And biting nails, like, biting nails is in general a pretty bad decision because that's where bacteria likes to hoard a lot. Like, that's basically a playground for bacteria.
Well, it's the same thing with picking your skin. Because the layer of skin that people usually like pick is, is the protective skin.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the epidermis. I think it's called just dermis, or if I'm not mistaken, because again, I don't quite remember biology, but I think it was called. It's either dermis or epidermis. So this layer that is the protective layer. It protects skin from mechanical injury, and as a subsequential thing, it also protects from bacteria. So whenever you peel off a layer of skin, you could get like some kind of infection there because of bacteria. So it's the same thing.
Yeah. I'm on a different account because I lost the first one. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, it's pretty easy to forget your password if you don't keep it in like a safe location. Something also that's worth keeping in mind is if your account has two-factor authentication. Like, people have gotten extremely clever with account theft and things along those lines. So whenever you add two-factor authentication, it makes it a decent chunk harder for anonymous people to get access to your account. Okay, well, we have to collect 33 more stone, so we can store it into the chest. So we can smelt that stone into smooth stone. 30 more. Having to explain the idea of Trump jokes when I showed my friends my GD levels. Yeah, they were just like jokes for the funnies, like all the levels I upload, like Trump levels, are just for the sake of getting a laugh from people. And 99% of those times, all of those attempts to explain this joke or Trump jokes as a whole, like in a GD level, have failed 99% of the time. There was only like this 1% where it was like successful, but for the most part, it kind of just failed as a joke. Humor is kind of like music, it's completely subjective. Some people might have a thing for this kind of music, some people might have a thing for that kind of music, the list goes on and on for all kinds of music genres.
What's like, I don't know if that's amusing, because, well, it's like amusing, but at the same time, it's not quite a great thing. People hate other people for humor. Like, I know this because a lot of people in, like, foreign communities, the thing is, I wouldn't say there's, like, an obsession, but in the Russian community, it's really common to make dark humor jokes.
Yeah.
Because it's like a cultural thing. Like, people just grew up with that, and it's okay here. In most European societies, and some American ones. It is not okay to make like dark humor jokes. So whenever people hear a dark humor joke, they automatically assume the person's like terrible and shit. But nobody's even trying to understand the fact that people may have just different backgrounds. They have a different sense of humor. And if somebody has a different sense of humor, it doesn't mean they're like a terrible person just because it means they have a different background. It means they grew up in a different mentality.
Exactly.
It means they grew up with a different culture. There's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
It's like saying all Christians is bad because you're a Muslim or I don't know, vice versa. Like, just
yeah, like
just whatever.
Yep. Wait, for how long has this stream been running? For nearly 3 hours. Holy crap. I was actually planning on making another stream tomorrow, of course, as long as I get to stay at home and there's no fishy business with electricity like power outage and internet going off, then you guys can expect another stream tomorrow where we're gonna be doing lots of various kinds of stuff. Like, we can be streaming GD level requests, of course, where I play your guys' levels. Because nowadays, I either play Minecraft or Trump levels on my phone, or listen to some lo-fi music, and that's really it. Not just trying to be, like, bad for the environment or anything. But if you guys do enjoy this type of stuff, then I'll gladly keep on streaming for you guys.
But I mean, like topic streams and stock with people, you can't go wrong with that.
Yep.
But yeah, do you want to play CS today later?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Wait, Pixel, if you're in the chat, are you gonna play CS today?
He's probably exercising. Maybe he's... Oh, he is. My bad. That's what we needed. Yes, we. Okay, then. I mean, if Pixel is up for Counter-Strike later, then we're going to play what we have been playing like yesterday. I missed like most of it because I was at the city. Well, it's alright. You haven't really missed out on like anything earth-shattering or anything.
My mic was really quiet.
Oh, well, I mean, it happens. I also tend to like be pretty like carefree whether my microphone is audible or not without realizing. So I gotta check the settings every once in a while.
No, it's like my mic just automatically lowers the volume, like for no reason. So whenever I go like, or it doesn't even lower it, it can also bump it up to 100. So it sounds really bass boosted and weird.
Oh.
Because I remember a couple times when I was like recording myself play some level, like in case I'm gonna record it, I would stop the recording and check to see if if it's fine. I would like barely hear the clicks. I would barely hear my own voice, and I was like, why? And it's because I went into the sound settings and my volume is usually like 70 to 74. But that's how it was at 35. And I'm like, well, I didn't even do it. Well, it just decided to lower itself like by itself. And another time, when I was in a voice call, and I would like say like club or something, it was really fucking loud for the person who was like, the person I was talking to. I went into sound settings, and it was 100. Like the volume was at 100. I was like, what? It just randomly changes itself, but I gotta change it every time. So,
Yeah.
Well, whatever. But yeah, Pixel, since you're in the chat, I don't know, you probably didn't hear it, but are you down to play CS today? Because Flint said he was gonna play.
Yeah, well, if you're in the mood, then we can like play together. I gotta go sleep
Okay.
now, Toodles. Okay, well, have a good sleep, Lava Z, and thank you for joining today's stream. I was planning on making another stream tomorrow, like I promised. Unless there's any fishy business with electricity, we've got another stream coming tomorrow.
But
So I will be online now basically every single day, whether it's streaming or being online on Steam. You guys know where you're going to like see me. Like now I'm planning on streaming whenever I'm not visiting my grandparents or if there's no like electricity trouble.
that's great.
Like nowadays there's just nothing to do. Like I barely feel any like joy. Like when I'm just digging out a trench all by myself and not listening to anything, it's so boring. Like I'd rather interact with the chat while I'm trenching out this, like, you know, a wall that's going to be protected when the flying TNT machines will blow up the terrain later on.
Yeah, random thing. You know what I do this year? I said J Trench. I mean, I don't think you know what that is. He's a producer for like underground artists.
Oh, all right. Well, I wasn't exactly like up with the times with music, so I.
No, of course I know. Yeah, and I mean, it also like whenever you say trench, you know, trenching out the world, it reminds me of J Trench, the producer, and there's also a song called Trenches by Osama, so I was getting reminded of that.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Pixel knows.
Pixel says 100% I'm always gonna play.
Yeah, I know this idea.
I mean, I wouldn't mind adding you, Satyrium, but like, the thing is, when there's a lot of people in a voice call and a lot of people are like talking, it will be hard to like catch up with who said exactly like what. So I usually keep two people plus me as like the standard limit. So there's no like confusions as to who's saying what. What are you making a trench for though? Yeah, well, I can show you. So let's quickly grab some ice if I have it saved over there. Ice, okay, good. So here's the thing. Let's fly up to that area that's going to have all terrain destroyed in the future. Since this terrain currently is at Y0 all the way down, let's say we put water down here. See? That water is going to go all the way down here, like so. And usually when you have water like this and you put TNT over here, this wall is now blast proof. So basically we are ensuring that the walls don't get destroyed while the machines are destroying the terrain. So that's why I'm trenching this out in the first place. Although you might say that there's a counter argument for this, like I can make a two-way trencher that goes like south and north in this case, but the thing is the walls will look terrible. So we are just making sure that the walls look as clean as possible. It's just for like aesthetics. Let's quickly place all of this sand, Jesus. Place all of this stone where it belongs, like so. So we can later smelt it into smooth stone, and boom. We have something to do. We've got everything covered.
Yeah.
So this process will go on and on until all sides are at Y0, and that is where things are gonna get a little bit tedious. because past the stone layer there's deep slate, and to my misfortune you can't insta-mine deep slate, so trenching one side from Y0 to the bottom of the world, which is at Y minus 64, takes 2 hours. So knowing that I have to trench out all 4 sides, that's going to be 8 hours of holding W and the left click. So yeah, perimeters are pretty easy to make. It's just an exercise of tedium. When you keep doing something over and over, it gets mind-numbingly tedious. But when you have someone to talk with in the meantime, then that's basically fixed, like I'm doing right now. Today's stream has been awesome. We have done a lot of work, like we have filled either 1 or 2 double chests full of stone, and we're going to turn that stone into smooth stone so that it's a better building block. Trench like trenches by Osama's son, Fries.
Yeah, exactly what it said.
Yep. Wait, why did I run out of the
Yeah,
there.
about the, the voice call thing. Like, big calls, where it's like a lot of people in the voice call, they're kind of pointless. Because you'll never know, like, it's everyone just interrupting each other every time. And it gets really fucking awkward whenever people are like, waiting for somebody else to speak, and then when they speak, somebody else starts, and it's, I don't know, it's really fucking awkward. So,
yeah.
I mean, like, you're doing these kind of voice calls, like, whenever you're actually trying to talk to somebody, it's genuinely pointless. Like, it's better to make, like, a group chat or something, like, talk, type.
Exactly.
But whenever it's just for bullshit, like, gather a bunch of people, so you can have some chaos or whatever, like, why not, like...
Yep. I low-key need to watch your streams more. I love watching them back then. I mean, you can if you'd like to, of course. I mean, if you're comfortable watching the streams, if this kind of stuff is bringing you joy, then by all means, like, keep watching if it's enjoyable. Like, I promised,
it's like a practice.
like,
it's like, people watch, nostalgic stuff, when it was not that interesting. It's like, whenever you're watching something that you used to watch a lot before, it'll be like 5 years, something like, you'll come back to it. You'll come back to watching it again.
Yep. Oh, well, here we go. There is the danger. There is the water pocket that I was fearing I was gonna run into. Okay, well, there's a little spot I can breathe in. And this thing goes... God knows to what length. I mean, I can just block off this one side, block it off with the stone I have mined, so we don't have to, like, drain the area that's not in, like, in the perimeter, I think that's gonna add up a lot more work. Like that. At least I know for a fact that an Enderman won't somehow sneak inside and steal a block and then have the water spill, like, on every single side, like this. We don't want no Enderman stealing a block. They already have this privilege of stealing gravity blocks. We're not giving them the privilege of stealing stone. Okay, well, let's see. This is not a really big waterlogged cave. This is not super deep. Dude, I hate those water pockets inside of caves. They're pointless. I do agree with you, especially when you're making a big hole in the world, like I'm doing right now, for the sake of, like, you know, riches and stuff. Water can get pretty irritating. A funny thing though, I used to watch your streams when I was like 11. I think that's also the same time, or nearly the same time, when, like, at least 4 years older before I met, like, Pixel. Like, Pixel and I were friends since, like, 7 years ago. Time really does fly by when you're having fun, you know? Holy crap stains! I hate this cave. I hate this cave. I hate it. Okay, that side is now protected. This side, we know for a fact that an Enderman will not somehow glitch into that wall and steal that stone to put water, so that the water pours down at the bottom of the world. Okay, well, let's see if I have enough. Oh, I don't have enough sand for this. We're gonna have to dig out all that sand and then make a trench. Like that. There, I'm gonna go into that little magma block just so that I can breathe. And now just keep doing one of these. Wait, I mean, we can probably just leave this side over here like this. It can't possibly be in, like, the same chunk as my perimeter. Yeah, things would be a lot different if you haven't joined that level request stream from like 7 years ago. At the time I used to be extremely immature and stuff. Wait, what? How is this water not spilling there? Never seen that before. Okay, well, now I got the answer to my question. And now we just have to trench this out. This might not be perfectly even though, but as long as we can drain it, then we're straight. This sand looks like it's gonna fall. I mean, yeah, what gave it away? Hoo hoo hoo. Hey Flint Scooper, remember me? I do, Henna Euros. Welcome. I do know who you are. I have a good idea. So, I feel like it's official as of July 29th or July 30th, I am going to be streaming a lot more frequently. So no more beating around the bush, no funny business and stuff like that. Now we are streaming whenever we get the opportunity. As long as there's no power outages, no internet going off, no thunderstorms, which is something I forgot to mention, then we are going to stream really whenever. Whether I'm fighting for my life with caves like these or not, whether I'm making an overkill obsidian farm and things like that, we got it covered. I won't just be streaming like, you know, just one game that I enjoy, like Minecraft for example, or at least the game I play the most frequently. We will also stream, like, of course, GD, like where I play your guys' levels. We're gonna be making challenges with the most obscure names of all time. But my editor time is cooked. 1.5 hours to decorate the atmosphere of a 20-second part is crazy. Well, that's dedication. That just goes to show that you're not giving up on your projects. That's nothing to be like ashamed of. How long have you spent in this world? 3,600 plus in-game days. But if you want the exact number, we are 7 days off from 3,700 in-game days, of course. Now let's place that in, then mine it. Dude, I'm so lucky that this cave is filled with stone walls, because I blitzed through all this water like in 3 minutes. There we go. I got rid of the annoying water. Where is the hole? I can't see it. I have no idea where is the hole. Let's pretend like there's no water behind that wall. What would you do if you lost the world? I mean, I would be mad, of course, but I wouldn't be as mad as if I were to, like, get killed in the world. Sure, losing a world would be a tragic thing, but, like, that's nowhere near the same feeling as, like, dying in it. Okay, hold on. Where was I? Alright, so it's this side right over here. Didn't they, like, fix that one bug where you could just put the world into LAN mode? I mean, maybe. Especially given the stuff that Mojang is doing nowadays, things break, like, back and forth. Especially farms with some illegal entities and stuff like that, like the boat looting doesn't work for some mobs, where you can't have like hundreds of boats in one place. Well, we got a lot more work to do. We got a lot more work to do. We have 30 sponges left. Let's see if we can get rid of the remaining water. Imagine if Brock has a calmer reaction to losing a world than dying on an easy part in the end of an extreme demon in Geometry Dash. I mean, I feel like that would be pretty comparable. Getting agitated or irritated over dying to an easy part after you get past everything difficult. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable. I remember his reaction to beating Vasureda, lol. Yeah, I mean, that is probably as loud as I'm ever gonna get on a stream. It was such a monumental moment. Like, the reason why I found it like so monumental at the time is because like I was dreaming of beating that level. It was like one rainy day when I woke up when I was having that dream. The only difference being is that I beat the level in full detail, whereas in reality I had to beat it on an LDM that I have made. It was surprisingly partially enjoyable, even though I was starting to pull my hair out over this one ship and one 6-second long part. But given the fact that I have mastered the level, okay, so this will be the coordinates. Given the fact that I have, whoa, the pillagers are going insane. Given that my muscle memory hasn't changed at all, things were smooth sailing for the most part. Like, I could get to the 50s, maybe 60s every 5 to 10 attempts if odds were in my favor. So it wasn't like a complete waste of time. I have, like, that's exactly what happened. I think this was one of the rare times where you can say that someone beat an extreme with both hands, and the fact that it's on such a CPS heavy level 2 makes it just as impressive, I think. I was screaming like crazy when I saw that I hit the end screen. This sponge is so loud. Now, I think you have likely seen that over the past few years I've gotten extremely inactive in GD. The main reason this has to do is the fact that the new physics were added ever since 2.2 released. It's not just me criticizing the physics. There's countless people mentioning how bad they are. Like, just go search up Sakupen Joy by Spark 2 and go into the comments section. You're going to understand immediately. Like 99% of the comments are either talking about the level decoration and the physics, and that's it. I've been quite inactive in GD as well. I just kind of lost interest. Same. Ever since I've absorbed or been learning how Minecraft works, I got hooked up on this game like crazy. Like, this game is what cigarettes are to smokers. Like, I've gotten extremely attached to this game. I can't imagine playing anything else as much as I play this game. Like, Minecraft is such a stress-free game once you know what you're doing. Like, we're smooth sailing once we know how everything functions and stuff. I want to join in and say that I'm losing interest too. GD just isn't a fun game, it's just competition. Exactly. There's lots of like silly arguments or dramas happening each day. Like, if you really think about it, the CBF drama is literally just the same as flipping. What was it again? FPS bypass or something like that. Like, there's hardly any difference. If you don't have a SIO device and you're using CBF, then you get hardly any benefit out of it. Like, the only thing you're benefiting from using CBF is no frame delay, and that's it. That's all you're getting. It's really confusing why people are pulling their hair out over such a silly topic. Like, it's not that deep, really. The only time I play Minecraft are when I either play mod packs or when I just play with my friends. Like, I enjoy the game, but it kinda gets boring after I run out of things to do. Yeah, well, that's kind of just like how games work, of course. You're not imagining things or anything, that's just completely natural.
You're back.
Oh, hello, welcome back. And I mean, I can't really blame you, Satyrium. GD is also a very stressful game too, if you think about it, if you're one of those who compete to be the very best. So, if you don't feel like playing something, nobody is forcing you into it. If you're playing something on and on, like without breaks, you're bound to get depressed from it eventually. So it's worth taking breaks every once in a while if you're just not feeling it. Especially in a game like GD, of course. Make sure that you take breaks occasionally, because GD is far from peaceful. How did you... Oh, it's just sand. This stupid river causing me complications. I never really tried to be good at GD, I just played it for the fun of it. Sounds fair, I guess. Not everyone has really like that drive to play the game for beating every rated level in the game, to being the best of the best. Lots of silly dramas happen over the silliest of reasons. That if GD were to go for like a full month without a single drama, no matter what it is, that would be an anomaly in itself. Or let alone a week, that alone would be a milestone. Is this a very deep cave? No. We can just patch it up with sand, I think. Sand is coming in clutch. Like that. Now we also add a stone here, so that there's no leftover water pockets hidden somewhere, stuff like that. Of course, we just keep trenching this out. We're gonna have to repair our pickaxe eventually. I thought I was gonna start suffocating from that. I would also play GD to stream it, but I don't stream GD anymore. Sounds reasonable. I haven't interacted since the GD fandom since, like, I don't know, 2024. I remember when people would call Ton 618 the hardest impossible level. Yeah, well, lots and lots of events happened during 2024. It was a pretty lively year. For some people, it was some of the most peaceful years of all time. It was one of the most chaotic years for some people. It's like a mixed bag. If you don't feel like playing something and nobody is forcing you, just sit back and just watch what you like on YouTube. Bring yourself some popcorn if you like that. Maybe a bottle of Coca-Cola and enjoy life to the fullest. Because that's how it's, like, you know, supposed to be. Let's just pick up all of this stuff. Okay. Have some extra stone to pick up, like this. Looking good! Still lots of dirt getting picked up. Wait, let me see for how long have I been streaming. 3 hours and 30 minutes. Holy crap. Like, I'm actually in the mood to stream. Like, this is something I enjoy doing. When you're chatting with people that you like, it adds up really quickly. Like, here's the thing. I won't just be streaming Minecraft, but also GD, you know? We can also be grading some compositions that you guys are making, or if you're making. We can stream some level requests, make wave challenges with obscure names. The list goes on and on, you know? This trader looks like he's selling complete garbage. Like, look at this. Who in their right mind would sell 5 emeralds or would pay 5 emeralds for an oak sapling? I mean, unless you're playing Skyblood, this is a pretty worthless trade, so there you go. That's what you get, sir. Maybe sell something more of value.
Bro, when have wandering traders ever given, like, actually fair trades?
Yeah, like, they're offering basically useless stuff. Unless you're playing Skyblock, the 5 emeralds for oak sapling is like trading a diamond for an emerald. It's as nonsensical as it gets. If they were given some actually useful stuff, then things would be different. Well, this is not a pretty big cave. I could probably drain this in like 3 minutes. Let's quickly do this and get to draining. Although I would probably benefit more if I placed walls like this. Sometimes I find it pretty tedious to place walls in such small caves. But oh well, better safe than sorry. Now let's just pick up all of the wet sponges. Let's see if we can save on sponges by placing stone like this to make the water dissipate. I guess not. We're gonna have root water instead. Are you going to dissipate? You will. Thank you. Maybe now? Thank you. Time to drain this side too. There is a pretty decent chance that this stream could be 4 hours long. Given, like, I'm actually having fun with this. Like, this is something I want to spend time doing. Minecraft is one of my favorite games of all time. And since this is something I enjoy doing, we're going to be streaming it. As well as GD, of course. Not just seeing me hold W and left click at the same time. Wow, that was actually perfect. Wait, it didn't open the right chat. A tree sapling for 5 emeralds, like what on earth? Who in their right mind would like trade 5 emeralds for an oak sapling? That's such a worthless trade. There's no way you're trading such a valuable orb for a tree that you can find anywhere. Like, come on, Mojang. You could have given wandering traders like something more of value, but no. You're going to make them sell absolute garbage. And have their so-called guardians, like llamas, try and defend him, but in fact they're just setting themselves up for disaster. If this was Skyblock, then that would be a pretty worthwhile trade. But in non-Skyblock, yeah, that's a worthless trade. Okay, let's make the water dissipate. Let's go to the... Wow! Yeah, Minecraft logic is something else. Look at this. The reason the water isn't flowing out here like it should be is because of this glow lichen. If I break the glow lichen, it starts spilling. Like, apparently glow lichen has some insane otherworldly force that water can't go through. It's so flipping silly. Wandering traders are only useful in Skyblock. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Mojang should give them a rework completely. Wandering traders, as well as many other like working systems in this game, like for example the enchanting system, needs a complete overhaul, period. Like, can you imagine re-rolling your sword countless times and all you get is like Unbreaking 3 on it? Like, things should be more magical, you know, more intuitive. Like you're a wizard throwing ingredients into a pot or something. Hell, maybe Mojang could make it so that guaranteed enchantments for enchanting required brewing some items in a cauldron or something. That would give cauldron another use. Meaning, like, if you throw an emerald into a cauldron, it means you actually want fortune on your pickaxe. Add a fire charge if you want to add fire aspect or flame on your bow. You know, something that a witch would do in like a cartoon or something. I don't know. Like you are some evil mastermind enchanting the sword with God knows what enchantments you want. I have always been very pessimistic on the idea of enchanting. I'm pretty sure they did some kind of rebalance for the villagers. Yeah, well, they have. They have made it so that you have to go to certain villages in order to get specific books from librarians. Like, from what I've learned, you now need to go to a jungle to find a jungle villager if you want a mending book. So that just requires a bit more exploration. For some people, this is a great trade-off. Like for some sandbox players, of course, some people find it awful. It's a mixed bag. Who knows, maybe Mojang is also making these changes so that it fits the lore of the game. Maybe that's why when you're going into a stronghold, you're finding things like iron armor, when you're likely enchanted with full protection for diamond gear. That probably just adds up to the lore. And also, something I also like about Minecraft is when they released the Happy Ghast. The Happy Ghast, if you didn't know, or if you guys didn't know, is my favorite friendly mob. Like a friendly creature in this game. I know I likely will never get to experience it in this world because I don't want my raid farm to stop working and many overpowered farms to stop working, but yeah, the Happy Ghast is my favorite peaceful mob. You know, the same being that was terrorizing the entire nether dimension for 13 years has actually gone through rehabilitation and is now actually cool with you. The Happy Ghast is now friends with you, which is always a nice thing to see. Troll. Ah! Wait, why does YouTube add this special translating emote? I don't know, it's just YouTube. Troll. Hello, my name is Lol1219. Welcome, my friend. Also dropped GD as a whole. I still watch videos, but playing it for me is not fun anymore. Yeah, I understand that feeling. I've seen lots of people quitting the game for that same exact reason. Like, GD is just not really worth the hassle, you know? Like, given how atrocious the physics are, given the fact that you have to buy a dedicated input device in order to get some things to work, it really does add up really quickly. Especially the ship, like that average $5 office mouse that you are probably using and that you have stored somewhere around your house just doesn't make the cut anymore. The ship, or straight flying in 2.2, you know, without a high input device is like fishing in your kitchen sink. It's pointless. It's as nonsensical as it gets. Some of the few selling points about 2.2, of course, is that sure, there's a lot more content in the game. You know, we have the actual swing copter to use, but not a lot of levels use the swing copter. They just use the dual ball and stuff. Now you can make no-clip levels extremely easily with the help of setting every object to no-touch. And boom, problem solved. Now the hours of work into making a no-clip level, now you won't have to worry about that anymore. Woo! My Wi-Fi lagged the hell out, bruh. I'm not sure, maybe that's also the stream lagging, I don't know. How's life, Flynn? Actually, I'm doing really good. I think I've mentioned this in this stream, but remember when I went through that nail removal in mid-January? A couple days ago, a new nail had emerged on both sides, so yeah, I have healed. There is no more like biting nails or any fishy business like that. I have learned a very valuable lesson. Yeah, I will also tell that to you guys, but please do not bite your nails. You will regret it. Don't end up like I did. It is not worth the hassle. Like, if you're under pressure, you know, when you're feeling stressed, then I don't know, just try to like maybe drink a bottle of water or something. I don't know. Maybe it could be worthwhile. I don't know how helpful this is as an advice, but if it's helpful, then I'm happy I could have helped you. And recently, I have promised, like since yesterday, I'm going to start making consistent streams, you know. I might start making a schedule, or I might be updating you guys through my Discord server, like which game I'm going to be streaming at what exact time, you know. As long as there's no power outage, no internet going off, no thunderstorms, no fishy business like that, and as long as I get to stay at home, we are opening up Streamlabs and we're enjoying the stream to the fullest. Nowadays, there's just nothing to do. Like, I'd rather stream than sit in silence. Especially given the fact that I've done a lot, like a lot of work in today's stream. I'm likely going to continue this work off stream as well. You know, so like for the next stream, or maybe in a couple of streams, we can start destroying all this land. You guys know the procedure. The reason why the swing is the most hated vehicle in game is because the community was used to the dual ball physics, and the swing being different to control makes people hate it. Oh, well, that explains it, that explains it. Like, the swing copter, like the 2.2 swing copter, is extremely mid as a game mode. Like, just open up any rated demon level in the awarded sections tab and just try finding a level that uses the 2.2 swing. You probably can't because nobody's using the 2.2 swing for this kind of stuff. Like, the dual ball with your top ball being in the top row with blue orbs, like, is what the community is used to. Like, that is the way to go. My Wi-Fi is being a real piece of crap, bruh. I have the lowest quality and it still keeps lagging, are you sure? I mean, it says that the stream health is excellent, so maybe this could be the case of your internet being a bit crappy, I'm not sure. Although I have a feeling maybe it will eventually stabilize as time goes on. Like, just don't lose hope. It should probably go back.
I feel like it's your thing, because the stream is also buffering for me, but it's like okay if I got the highest quality on.
Oh, well, I mean,
Yeah, it's not my Wi-Fi, because when it's cutting it, like, it's not cutting off, but your stream is buffering a little, so it's probably disturbing. But it's like fine because, you know, it's buffering like for a split second.
yeah, well, let me see what is. I haven't gotten a single. Yeah, well, I haven't received a single warning from this program that I use to stream, except for my microphone being unmuted but didn't have signal, which was like 4 hours ago. And even then, that's when, before I started using microphone, before the stream began, so that's not really even an issue. Other than that, we are smooth sailing. And sometimes the stream itself can, like, you know, drop in frames, like it's not exactly 60 FPS like it should be. You know, when a game takes up a lot of traffic, it starts to like lag if your internet doesn't meet certain conditions and stuff. So yeah, it's worth keeping in mind. And even then, this is just like very classic peaceful gameplay, you know? We are going to be digging out this trench, you know, because I'm pretty sure this is something you guys would like, where this might just be like ASMR in its own way, where you insta-mine every block before deep slate. We're just smooth sailing at that point. Because once the trenches are dug out, now is the time for the destruction. We will build flying TNT bombers that will help destroy the terrain. And after that, everything is smooth sailing. We have dug out a trench on the west side this stream, all in one go, whilst chatting, interacting with the chat, of course. So there's that. I personally had lots of fun this stream. I was thinking of streaming for like 20-ish more minutes, if that makes sense. So maybe that could conclude today's stream. I feel like I've done lots of work today. Today has been a really fun stream, like, you can't go wrong with that. Wait, I forgot from which hole have I been in? Hold on. Oh, it was this one. Right? I mean, I just dug it out, so I know I don't have to spend hours finding from which place I've been in. Flynn, what's your PC specs? Just curious. Well, I can show you like through this F3 menu. So I have NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1650 as the graphics card, and an AMD Ryzen 5 4500 6-core processor as like the most basic information. So I can play more modern versions of the game without lagging, no problem. I can load up lots of destroyed terrain with ease. Like I can show you the first perimeter that I've built in the world. I'm also gonna have to repair this pickaxe because it's looking pretty damn destroyed at the moment. And then I'm gonna read the chat. I'm gonna quickly pause over there and see. El Pixelado? No way, guess who it is? Bro, I got to play Terraria a few days ago. Dude, that does remind me, I was also thinking of buying Terraria on Steam to see how it works because I've learned through memes that people are saying Terraria is just like Minecraft but it's 2D, so I gotta give it a go. And I've heard that one of the systems that Minecraft has that's usually pretty flawed is actually fixed. Like the enchanting system in Terraria is actually worthwhile. It's actually pretty addictive from what I heard, so I need to see what people are talking about. Like, my curiosity is speaking. Even though I don't understand the game's progression, it's so good for how cheap it is. Just use the wiki. We'll see if I manage to beat my own first boss. Well, good luck with that. I feel like I will have to use the wiki to see like what's going on with Terraria. It's like a completely different game from Minecraft. There might be some things I'm not familiar with. Although only time will tell, you know. I'll just watch how others play it and stuff. Maybe I can absorb some knowledge from it and stuff. We'll see. I've been playing a bit of Zuma's Revenge as of lately, and that's because I participated in a video. Alright, I'm happy to hear that. As long as it's bringing you happiness, then that's what matters. No, well, I mean, it still has yet to be released. My specs can actually even run Elden Ring in almost 60 FPS. Well, that's actually commendable. I'm so happy to have bought this PC. Like, this PC has never let me down. I was never mad at this PC, except for maybe like 1 or 2 times when the PC was shutting itself off, but that's because there was so much dirt in the outlets below that I wasn't taking care of. I was pretty carefree in that regard. But well, I've learned my lesson and now I'm taking care of it. So here's the thing, you see this giant hole in the world that's about to load? You can see that my FPS is at an all-time high, but if we explore further down, it's gonna go low. The reason why my game is running at like, let's see, hold on a second, let me land on this little glass block. So here's the thing. You can see that my game is struggling a lot with running like what's below my feet right now. And let me show you why that is. So if we go down here, okay, I have a water bucket, and here's the thing. Do you see this E counter? This stands for entities, and there is 441 boats in here, and they're all entities, so that's why the game is lagging. If you have a lot of entities in one area, whether it's an interactable entity or something like a creeper, the game is going to lag tremendously. Regardless of what PC you might have, expect some, like, you know, performance issues, or not really a performance issues, but like the game loses a lot of FPS when it has a lot of things to render. So yeah, there's that. I'm quickly gonna take a little trip to the Nether so I can mend my pickaxe, so we can continue our little excavation. Of course, this is the creeper farm. You can say I have basically solved everything regarding gunpowder. Yeah, this entire row is done. Like these two double chests. This one has yet to be filled. I feel like, wait, since a shulker box can hold 1,728 items, I'm curious. How many items or how much gunpowder is that? So let's count how many shulker boxes we have right here. So a large chest contains 54 items. This is 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117. 131. So let me bring the calculator really quick. I think I can calculate that. 1,728 times 131. That's 226,000 plus gunpowder. And if we also add the 17,208, that is 243,000 plus gunpowder in this row. That is insane. I will never worry about gunpowder in this world again. I mean, not just gunpowder, but other resources too. Like, we have this monstrosity over here that's like the same farm as the previous, but we also get bones, arrows, and also redstone. As well as redstone. This is also a redstone farm. Wait, let me read the chat. I got pretty carried away recently. Let's quickly read the chat and see what I missed out on. I also managed to get Muse Dash from Donix, which I'll still thank for. Dude, having new games is like hitting multiple jackpots, literally. It's like limitless dopamine, you know? As long as you're having fun with those games, then we're smooth sailing.
Yo, Pixel, have you listened to Punk Lax? Did you consider this?
Okay, let's quickly read the... Hold on. For how long have I been streaming? 4 hours and 1 minute and 43 seconds since I started the stream. Holy crap, I'm going to keep streaming. If there's nothing that can go south tomorrow, you guys can expect another stream that can last just as long. And this time I will actually keep my promise. Like, if for some unexpected reason I'm not streaming tomorrow like I promised, then it's gotta be either the power outage, the internet going off, a potential thunderstorm, or if I'm visiting my grandparents. It's either one of these four things. So if I stay at home tomorrow and none of these things happen like I mentioned, then another stream is in order. Okay, just don't fall into the pit. Okay, let's quickly lower down to volume because this can get pretty noisy. Let's quickly mend our tools. We don't have a lot to repair. I've been playing Elden Ring Night Rain recently. It surprised me how good of a multiplayer game it is. I mean, well, as long as you're not running into people that are just going to make your day worse, and you know, if you're actually having fun with the game and with the people that you're interacting, then you can keep playing if it suits your likings. So I feel like maybe I'm going to stream for like 7-ish more minutes so that I can stream until like 6 p.m. Like 7 minutes until 6 p.m. until I finish the stream. And only then I'm going to like finish it.
I want to see this like right after.
Well, yeah, if you're up for it, of course.
I mean, I'm always like up for it. Yeah, I wouldn't ask to play CS if I would have Jeffrey. Yeah.
Okay. We can also play tomorrow if you'd like. I'll be online as well tomorrow.
Yeah, I can play tomorrow anyway.
Works for me then. Alright, let's quickly sort out all of this stone that we have mined along the way and reap the rewards.
Pixel, I mean punk rats. Underground rapper, punk rats, not funk. What's up, hello, my name is What's up?
Let's see how much stone we have farmed. If we place it here, whoops, wrong slot. So if my math is correct, so that's well over 70 stacks of stone in one stream whilst interacting with the viewers. That's really impressive. Of course, we have lots of plans along the way. We're going to be destroying a lot of terrain once all the trenches are dug out to the bottom of the world. We will make 4 flying machines, and this time I'm really hoping I'm not going to get rage baited by a flying TNT duper again like it happened last time, where it just blew itself up for no reason. So there's that. I'm gonna have to get the same materials again, like I normally do for blowing things up with the machines and stuff. But other than that, everything is good to go. Let's quickly pack this ice into the same chest we took it from to show why I'm making such a big trench and why I'm committing to such a tedious process in the first place. Maybe we will get our revenge on the Enderman that placed the dirt block inside of my cow pen and made all the cows leave the pen. Because that's exactly what happened. I lost all of my cows in this pen because of one Enderman placing a block inside the pen. So now we gotta get more cows. Well, we only need to get like 2. So they can like, make more cows and stuff. The everyone in Genshin is heterosexual video. If you know, you know. Well, I'm not really up with these games. I don't know, I'm not really like the biggest fan of that type of stuff. I don't know what to tell you. You're going to see lots of warfare everywhere you go. You can't really always find a full break, regardless of what community you're in. Well, that applies to really every community, or most of them. Let's just smelt some of this stone. I completely forgot to put the flipping lava into the furnaces. And one more, like that. Pick up all of the lava like this. Place them into the little thingy, like so. And knowing that this machine is in one chunk, we know for a fact that it will not break. So yeah, this is how I can farm smooth stone. Of course, we've got lots of chests here for, some concrete, some stone, and that's really all there is to it. Is this going to go back? It is. This is going to like pretend to like stop and stuff. So now we can turn it off, and now I guess we can also turn back on the mob switch. But first we gotta sleep. Once we turn back on the mob switch and I return back to my house over here for this tree house, then we are going to end the stream, because I think today's stream went on for way longer than what I've expected. We got we have done a lot of stuff overall. Like, we've been chatting a lot with the viewers. We have been digging out trenches. A lot of work has been done to just sum things up. And yeah, if the odds are in my favor, then expect another stream tomorrow. This has been explained like thousands of times already. But yeah, if no fishy business tomorrow, then another stream is in order. Now we go back to the tree house like so. Go up the ladders. And that should do it for today's stream. So thank you guys for tuning in today's stream. We've done lots of work today on this world. Now I'm going to play Counter-Strike with my friends. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I'll catch you all hopefully tomorrow if the stars align to make another stream. So if the odds are in our favor, another stream is in order. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you guys next time and have an amazing rest of the day. Goodbye.